Yeah. Okay. We here in the building. Nation is here in the building. Yeah. All right. I love it. I love this Bible right here. This Bible trumps everything, anything a person could think of, um, can fantasize about. This Bible right here, killing them, right? The Bible is becoming the most hated book on the earth, like the most hated. Number one, for its accuracy. Number two, because most people don't understand it. Number three, people have put their own private interpretations, which calls the Bible or calls for the truth to be evil spoken of. This is all talked about also in the same book. So people will call this book the book of our oppressors. So now, other people sip tea, sip coffee. I'm trying to get my coffee maker to work. Not looking good. I might have to order another one. But I got one up in there already that got from here, but it kind of leaks a little bit. But I think most of the stuff that we order from the Gambia to the States come from the UK. And I'm gonna put this out here to the UK. UK, you suck. I'm sorry. America, at least we have good coffee makers. We have a lot of good stuff in America. We do. I ain't gonna lie. We have a lot. I mean, when we come up here, we tell people like, well, we came from America. It was like, well, this is Gambia. I'm like, y'all need to learn some stuff from America. Understand this. I'm gonna tell you this right here. We understand that they have culture and everything. But understand this. The Father knew this place would need us to go into slavery, learn some stuff, to bring it back here. I'm going to say that again. Everything that has been done for a purpose, a reason. Even with our people falling out and sinning against the Most High, we could have been 3 feet tall, maybe even 4 feet. These people are going to need to be a little bit more taller than that. We could have been called pygmies. Who knows? All I'm saying is this. What the world has thought for the Father to be is showing up in the exact opposite. And the scriptures speak on this. Now we're about to look at Ezekiel, and it's going to tie in to 430 years. Like what? That's the same time of our slavery. Exactly. So then in the book of Ezekiel, who's called the Son of Man, which is a scribe, he tells of our slavery years, maybe thousands of years before it will ever happen. So Ezekiel comes before the Messiah. But Ezekiel is after Moses. So there's no way that any of the time that Ezekiel is going to be doing is going to be based off of our time in Egypt during the times of Moses. But you're going to see 390 days. Sounds familiar, right? The Father doesn't change. When the Father sent our people to the wilderness, let me put this out there to you. He didn't send them out there to live. He sent them out there to die. It's a punishment because they didn't listen to him. He said, I'm going to give them 40 years for 40 days. So according to the days that they have done these things to me, I'm going to put it to them in years. We're going to see something that's of Israel. It's 390 days, which equates to, he's going to say, I'm going to give them years for days. Same thing. Israel has got a judgment coming down on them for 390 days. And he says it's going to be equated to them for 390 years. Judah, 40 days, which equates to an extra 40 years. You count 390 to 40, and you have 430 years, which ties in perfectly with Genesis chapter 15, when the Father tells Abram that hey, your people will be put into a land that's not their own, and they will suffer for 430 years. Wait a minute, say what? You mean to tell me the whole of our slavery is in the Bible before what happened? Watch this. Let's tie it in with some scripture. Surely the Father will do nothing until he have revealed it to his servants, the prophets. That means there is no slavery that could take place on the earth without the first revealing it first to his servants, the prophets. That means we will be warned way before what happened. But if we don't listen, we won't have anyone to blame but us to say what? We did not listen to the prophets. So slavery is not something that just came all about just all at one time. Because the white people want to come over and just snatch us. We just want to snatch people. Because if the word says that no weapon formed against you shall prosper, then damn it, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. The only weapon that can be formed against you that can prosper against you is you. Your disobedience. So today, we're going to take the reproach of this word that white people, that our people keep saying that the white person, the white man has used it to oppress us. Are you stupid? You must be a special kind of stupid. You must be FedEx stupid. But I'm fed up with your stupidity. There's nothing that can happen to us without it being written down. Period. As it is written. So I don't care about your traditions. I don't care about your culture. Look for traditions, you will find a dead end. Look for a culture, you will find a dead end. Look for the word, and you will find the truth. But not everyone can give this truth because they don't know it. Only one person is allowed to teach this book. Now think about it. 5 people on the stage singing and dancing, but they have one mic. There is not 5, 6, 7, 8 mics. One mic. They all come back in unison. Shoo-doo. Now watch this. The Father said he will use the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. Now many of us has watched that on the Kings of Comedy. Laughed at it, but seen the truth. The Bible is the same exact thing. Like the shoo-doo. All the prophets are all singing through one mic. They're saying the same thing through one mic. In this generation, everybody's saying something different. You saying this, you saying that, you saying this, you saying that, you saying this. But y'all all supposed to be up there singing and dancing. But each one of you want to have a mic. You have a mic, 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 and you over there in the background have a mic. Some people in the crowd got a mic. Messing up everything. Some of you don't even know the words. But you're still trying to sing that. The ones who don't know the words are singing the loudest. Watch this. The ones who don't know the Bible are the ones that is blasting the loudest. They don't know anything about this word. They only reading, they say, ooh, it happened right here. See it, look. The Messiah is white. Why? Because it says his head was white and his hairs was white. He's white. It's a white Messiah. This is not our book. Because he's white. Stupid. Do you not understand that means he is covered in glory? Just like Moses' face was covered in glory. It was all white, stupid. So his head is covered in glory. Just like his hair is covered in glory. That's all it means. But then the rest of his body is reddish brown. Like this color. So we got stupid people like Geno Jenkins who got a big mouth, but ain't saying nothing. So now he wants to say the Messiah is two colors. He says, if you went to slavery, should I do his voice? I think I should do Geno Jenkins' voice because his voice is hilarious. So Geno Jenkins is about to enter the building. Now we know that the Bible is the word of God. And we know that the Messiah, whom they call Jesus the Christ, he is two colors. Because we know in Revelations, it says his head was white and his hair was white. And the rest of his body is black. Well, Geno Jenkins, please explain to me now how the word says that the Bible, in the Bible it says also, the same book, that the Father hates two different balances. So now, if the Messiah is white, but the reference party is black, they don't match. So therefore, now the context of your scripture is unbalanced. The reality of it is unbalanced. Why would the Father have his head white, his hair white, but the rest of his body being black? Your understanding is from a private interpretation, but not based off of the Spirit that wrote that Bible. You are leaning on to your own understanding, which is now coming into the doctrines of devils. Because unjust balances are abomination before the Father. And that is what the word says. So, if the Messiah is white in his head and white in his hair, but the rest of his body is black, the Father himself has just annulled his whole entire word. Ouch. What do you got to say about that one? I'm just using basics to literally crack what you just said about the Messiah and about us going to slavery and about us, our seed being mixed, and about us being white as well. He said, that means you all are mixed. Which one of you is pure blood? You got white blood in you as well. You got black. And it shows in the scriptures, in Revelations. White hair, white head, black skin. Stupid. Who's leading a whole bunch of people to hell. That's you, General Jenkins. You are stupid as hell. You are not my elder. I would never respect you. You are like many people who are in Black Hebrew Israelites. I don't respect them either. I don't. My respect is earned, never given. I come to teach, not to be taught by anybody. I'm going to put that out there. I don't listen to anyone else's teaching. Guess what? I don't have to. I don't have to listen to this person speak about this person speak about that. For what? So I can be confused just like you? Many of you are confused because you listen to everybody. You want to hear what this person got to say. You want to hear what this person got to say. You know what I hear? Do you want to know what I hear got to say? My father. He tells me, son, do a live on this. Son, talk about this. And he might have me go and debate something or go see something. Why? Because he's about to bring it alive for me to actually come against it. Today, we are coming against the understanding of Ezekiel 6:8 according to Mikha'el Massa's private own interpretation. We're going to go look what he said. And I'm going to show you what all these other ones who are receiving versus you. Goshen, you have someone who don't care about what people think. I want to know what the truth says. But if you've been pushing and peddling something you've been trying to peddle for so long, your mind is going to be construed or misconstrued on the instructions of the scriptures. You want to detail it to what you've been saying. We're going to see completely the spirit of error that exists in Mikha'el's, Massa's thoughts. And they love him. 10,000 of them love him. But 10,000 of them are being led astray daily. We're going to read the word, what it says. Bring out the right interpretation. We're going to see that he himself has interpreted by his own private understanding. And we're going to see how it messes people up versus when I put the right details to it, which is the word. And it's going to line up perfectly with what happened to us versus to how he's going to explain it and try to make it seem like they who have been in Africa are the special chosen people. He's going to make it that way. He's going to say that everybody didn't go in slavery. He's going to say that. And you're going to be like, how do you get that from this one? Because it ain't going to make it. It's not going to say that. What he has said is going to show you his IQ and how many people are literally going to take upon themselves to bring on their own teachers. As the scripture says, you will have many teachers. You have many teachers, and guess what? You are not in the truth. If you have many teachers, you are not in the truth. If you have one teacher, depending on who that teacher is, they have to be authorized. Watch this. You have to be authorized to teach Congo. I'm going to bring that out too on Jonathan's page. I'm not coming against Jonathan or nothing like that. I'm just trying to show you. Watch this. If you have to be authorized in the natural to teach Congo, when you have to also be authorized by the Father to touch his book, to teach this book, to read from this book. A lot of people read from this book all the time. The Father's like, la, 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 I'm not listening to nobody. I've only authorized one person to speak this book. And when he speaks, my ears are open. Why? Because the Father said he watches over his word to perform it. Now watch this. My testimony has been throughout the years I said, my life seems biblical. Like it just comes from the Bible or something. And then the Father came to me one day and was like, this would be years in a row. So I've been saying this for years of my life. Then a Father comes to me when I'm 40-something years old. Son, you're always saying that your life is biblical. I said, yep. He said, that's because it is. So now the Father has come in as a witness to what I've been saying. Notice it says, you just said this one time. No, he said, you've been saying throughout the years. Like all your life, you've been saying your life is biblical. So this is going to come up, watch this, to the Father as a memorial. I need to let him know what he's saying is true. So the Father's going to come to me and say, hey, son, you're always saying that your life is biblical. Yep. That's because it is. What does it lead me to do? You mean I'm in the Bible? And I'm just talking about like a little small portion. Like a little small, you know how a person, they finally get into they break the big screen. And the big screen is not, they have a speaking part. You just see their leg. See that leg right there? That's my leg. I broke the big screen. I'm on a big screen right there. That's my leg right there. That is exactly how I said it to the Father. Like I'm just got a foot in there or I got a leg in there. So I'm going small because that's how I see myself. Because I see myself as no significance. I was like, you mean I'm in the Bible? Like a small portion of the Bible? The Father says, son, watch this. I'm saying I'm in a small portion. So I don't put myself maybe just one spot in the Bible. The Father says, no, son. He said, you're all through the book. What? So that plays on my mind now. Wait a minute. What you mean I'm all through this book? So throughout the years, from that time forth, Father will begin to start to show me where the waves of my existence. He tells me first, what? Son, in Ezekiel 37, you're the breath. I'm the breath that Ezekiel's calling for? Well, so then you start seeing this breath, and his breath takes you into, it's the breath of Yah. Now, since this same breath is the breath of Yah, this will be the same breath that's echoed all throughout the book. From the beginning, dealing with Adam, with the breath being blown into him. Hello, somebody. To the breath all the way to the end of the book in Revelations. So the Father was telling me, I'm his breath. Son, you are the breath in Ezekiel 37. Why did he say that? Because he knew I would go do some research. If I go do the research, if you do the research right now, of the breath that's spoken about in Ezekiel 37, you see the same breath in the beginning. Now watch this. This will be the same breath that brings forth our language. This will be the same breath that will be put into the prophets to speak the word of Yah as a witness against them. So I would be the breath that's put into all these prophets to speak a word against our people. Then I would be the witness that's sent back to tell you what I told the prophets to say to you. All this I got from my Father, who spoke me into existence. But I've always been with him. It's just I was revealed when he first opened up his mouth and said, let light be. That is who I am. So now, when you find out this breath is the same breath who becomes the realm of Yah. The same realm of Yah who the scriptures tells you died for you. Rose up again from the dead. Which makes this person, notice it says, the one who is seated on the throne and the realm of Yah. It's in the book of Revelations. It's two messiahs, because two messiahs must be established for any matter. So salvation must be established by two messiahs. That's why the Messiah says, I must leave and I will send one to come after me. We are family. We are one. I enveloped his body while he was on the earth. Now he lives on the inside of me, and I am the Word. Father told me to take all of that unto myself. I've been telling him for years, no. Son, you're it. You're the one who died for them. No, I won't take that to myself. No. Then one day, Father was like, get high. I was like, what? So I went and got my edibles. Now they got edibles. I was getting ready to leave, go get some power, and all of a sudden it hit me. Boom. Father began to open up the scriptures. I began to start seeing it. I was like, you tricked me. I took off my shoes, ran upstairs, went to the bed. Jumped in the bed, was like, I tried to close my eyes. Father began to show me scriptures, verbatim. From here. He was like, he was wrestling me down. I got to the point where I was like, I can't fight it no more. Okay. Excuse me. I'm him. And you see in the scriptures. In Micah chapter 5, verse 2, it says, the one who is amongst you has been from the beginning. If you look in Revelation chapter 5, it says also that this one who is the realm of Yah, it says he literally bled for you. He purchased you. Think about it. Why in the world would the Father attach the whole 12 tribes unto me unless I died and purchased them all with my blood? Meaning that everyone who is called by my name, I own them because I purchased them with my own blood. So I have shown the greatest love that anyone could show on this earth for my people. I bled and died for you, literally. And I have the scriptures to prove it. Why would I show up with this sign? Why? Does the Father does things by coincidence? What would I know in 2007? Why would I have it? Unless the Father's trying to show you, I am the one you've been waiting on this whole entire time. So everyone could say that they love me, but I showed that I loved you first. And I continue to show it. There's no one who's ever died for me, but I died for you. Every single last one of you. And there's nothing you can say to me at all. The proof is in the sign that I have. I am he who died for my people. And as the Father told me to take it unto myself, Now I see it. I am he, and I'm alive, and I am risen, and no one can kill me. So, we're going to go and hit the intro. I'm going to get up out of here. We're going to prove this word to be true, as my Father's been saying it. So it is. I'm the Holy Spirit, and just as my brother died, so I died. They will remember themselves in the land of their captivity. I saw the greatest love. Greater love have no man in this, that a man would lay down his life for his friends. So, salute to everyone watching Truth Colors for the very first time. We're bringing things out that's never been sought or even thought about before. But as my Father is bringing things out to me, so I'm bringing them out to you. And once you start to realize that I gave my life for you, mentality, everything will change. Like, wait a minute, the one who died for me is around us. Yep. So I have every right to speak this book because this book is mine. It's my words. It's our words. Think about it. If the Father is saying to Isaiah, who shall go for us? If David can see the inner workings of the Father and the Son, none of the angels see the inner workings of the Father and the Son. That's because David has to be a part of them. David saw the Father say to his Lord or his brother, sit down until I make the earth your footstool. That is an intimate moment. No other angels records this. No other prophet records this. But David himself says, I seen my Lord say to my Lord, sit down on my right hand until I make the earth your footstool. Then the Messiah comes through and says the same thing, that, hey, David saw when the Father told me to sit down in the spirit. He was telling you that David was a part of the Godhead. And that's why he was made king. He's a prince to the Father, but a king to the people. He has always been. If you want to know what the color that David was, look at my color. Ruddy. Red. Look at my skin. You can see a little bit red in my skin. Red skin. Reddish brown. Jasper. Cornelian. It's all there. That's the color of the Messiah. Let's get to it.
the sons.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, Yahuwah says, your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like your haters, not your haters.
Beats by all the sons.
Yeah. Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Hey, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from second squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth flame, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, yeah, truth colors.
All right. I'll put this out here. I'm gonna experience a lot of things that our people are going to experience because I have to. So whatever you went through, whether it's rape, being in a gang, anything that you was touched by, understand? I went through it. Everything. If you smoked, guess what? I'm gonna have to go through that too. If you struggle with different addictions, guess what? I gotta go through that too. If you struggle with being unloved, I have to go through every single thing that you go through. I have to be acquainted with what you go through. Fully acquainted with. Not just, but I won't camp out in it. But I'll have to go through it. Like I said, if you was raped, molested, mistreated, unappreciated, think about that now. Unappreciated, people are just now finding out who I am, what I did for them. But before that time, you're going to be what? Unappreciated, unloved, on everything. So if you're feeling it, I went through it first. I'll be acquainted with your pain. I'll be acquainted with being left out, being an outsider. I'll be acquainted with being a misfit, don't fit in. So it's not that I don't care. It's just I never allowed those things to define me. And I don't talk about them on a grand scale. Why? Because I don't put my problems above the solution. Just don't do that. And I learned that from my father. I came to the Father with my problems, and he told me to speak the solution. I was praying to him about my problem. This is going on and that. He was like, hold up, wait a minute, stop praying. I said, what? Stop praying. Yes. Son, what do you want to happen? Well, I want this to happen. I want that to happen. Okay, then say that. But we was taught in church that we supposed to bring to you our problems and everything. Okay, cool. You did it. What do you want to happen? I want this to happen. Then pray what you want to happen, not what is happening. Change my whole mindset. So now I don't pray about my problems. I pray for the solution to my problems. He already know the problems. After the problem is there, okay, cool. This is what I want to happen in this situation. So when I go to the Father, I don't go to him like, this is happening, this is going on, oh my goodness, they don't like me. No. Because the people don't like me, this is what I want to happen to them. This is what I want to see done. That's my prayer. I pray solutions, not a problem. I bring solutions, not a problem. So you tell me if I'm bringing a problem to you, I've already thought of a solution. So I'm coming to you with a solution, not a problem. And I'm trying to get the people to understand the same thing. Bring a solution. You think about the problem so much, but you don't take no time to think about the solution to the problem. that is a problem to me. Because my Father has taught me differently. Not to pray the problem. The problem is already there. You need a solution. So as the words say about that problem, then pray the solution of what the word says will be the solution to that problem. Because I guarantee you, it's in there. If you want to have more friends, the word says, you must be friendly. Guess what? I have a problem. No one likes me. Guess what the solution is? The word says, he who is friendly will have a lot of friends. Guess what your problem is? You're not friendly. Guess what you need to pray for? Father, make me more friendly. Then when you become more friendly, then guess what? Your problem will go away because now you have found a solution in the word to your problem. Guess where that's at? Proverbs. Guess how many Proverbs there is? 31. Guess how many months or how many days there is mostly in a month? About 31. So you literally got a proverb for each day. You can literally get through Proverbs in a month. Reading a whole chapter a day. You will go through Proverbs daily, every day. Proverbs. What you reading today? Proverbs. Why? Because there's something in there to help my mouth, something to help my heart, something to help my mind. You will renew your mind every day just by reading Proverbs. Guess what? You will even take yourself down a couple of notches by reading Proverbs. Meaning you will humble yourself in my presence by reading Proverbs. Many of you are too high-minded. You think of yourself too highly. Think about this. The one who died for you, seen himself as nothing. He took on the role of a bond servant. What's that in the background again? One who is in chains, a bond servant, a slave. The Messiah comes into the earth as a slave. He took on the role as a bond servant. That is a slave. The highest in the earth comes in the earth and sees himself less than nothing. But all the people around me see themselves as queens, kings, messiahs. But the one who truly is one sees himself of no reputation. Let that sink in. He waits for his Father to tell him what he is. All right. Let's get it. We're going to go into the teachers who are speaking. Again, I have no ill will towards anyone. I just want for the truth to come out in vivid colors. For this moment, I'm not going to have my camera on because that is not really important at this moment. Y'all know what I look like when you see this word. So, we're going to go to who people call prophets. This now, the time will be a little bit more. But when I saw it, it was 13 hours ago. But if I do this now, there'll probably be more hours now. To reload. See, 1 day ago now. Now, we're going to see what he said and see his understanding and see how dark this stuff can take you if you don't have the right leadership speaking this word. I'm going to show you how dangerous this is for our brothers and sisters. And even with all of this, most will not hear me. But understand, this is not for them. This is only for the 144,000 who is to come to me. So just like my brother says, this is for the Sabbath keepers. So it's the same thing. This, my messages, Goshen, owned by Yah, is not for everybody. This is only for the Sabbath keepers. Only for the 144,000 whom my Father has given to me, who are also represented in my chains. That's it. My message is not for everyone. My message is only for those who is in representation of the chains that I wear. I'm not even trying to affect everybody, even though everyone will be affected, whether they want to be or not. But my message is only for those who have been bounded to me. Inside of this is 144,000 linked. They are attached to the Messiah. Now, this is only the remnant who will be saved out of slavery, who will listen to the voice of the bridegroom and will be saved by me through the work I've already done. If that's not you, so be it. Keep it moving. But if that is you, then come on in. Let's roll. Let's look at a couple of things that's going on in the world. This happening in Nevada.
Happening out west at Lake Mead. Now, I actually used to live in Las Vegas, so seeing these images is really eye-opening. This is the same view. You could see there's actually a waterfall that pours over right here. And look at this image. Dry rock, same exact shot, just bizarre. Well, this drought is now threatening farms, food production out west. I want you to take a look. So we have this image. I think we also have some satellite images as well that show just how dramatic the water levels have dropped over the last few decades. Now, this lake, it provides 40 million Americans and farms across the region with water. States have already been slammed by water cuts out west and now have 3 weeks to come up with an emergency plan or face more cutbacks.
How much trouble we are in depends on how we respond to this as a society. We can manage this, in my opinion, by being smarter about how we're using that water. Simply put, we can't really evacuate all of our cities, and we have to find a way to do more with less.
At least half of our fruits and nuts, a third of veggies in that area come from Lake Mead. Now I want to send it over to Rob. Rob, you're showing us the aerial footage or the satellite photos, right?
Yeah, you mentioned those satellite photos. So what I wanted to highlight here is a fascinating website that's produced by NASA that shows you just how much water has changed only since the year 2000. Now, this website is interactive, and I'm going to post it on NBC-2.com so you can take a look at it for yourself. But what you see right here is what things looked like in July of 2000, July of 2000. And then using this scroll bar here, you can move from left to right and overlay the current satellite image. So pay close attention to where the water is here, here, and here. This again was July of 2000, and this is earlier this year, of July of 2022. Look at how the water levels have changed here from this satellite image from space over the same area of Lake Mead. That is pretty incredible. Not perhaps as incredible as that image that Chris showed you a moment ago, but puts things into perspective. Now, when you get to this website, I want you to scroll down here, and that will put them in a static image. So this again is the year 2000. This is last year in 2021, and this is this year in 2022. There's actually quite a bit of difference just in the past 12 months on the water levels there in Lake Mead out west. It's a very, very serious and obviously kind of scary issue for the people who live out west. So let's hope we can figure out something to get more water in there sometime soon, because we got to have water in that area because, of course, how important it is to the agricultural economy here in the United States. All right.
So look at the devastation that is taking place over around the world. Look at it. Why is it happening now? They said from 2000 to now. This was posted July 21st. Look what people are saying. Shut down the car washes, man. Stop lawn watering. Also stop filling damn swimming pools just to preserve your own water. Look at this, 2 hours. Desalination plants can be for California coast might help. Why are golf courses exempt from the water ban? 3 weeks. Look, they got a water ban going on, but the golf courses can still keep their waters going. That's the rich and famous right there. Still keeping their waters going, right? For the golf courses, right? Yes, water is kind of famous, but we got to keep our golf courses watered down, though. Look at this. 3 weeks. It's been lowering for years, but now y'all are thinking of emergency plans. It's a little late. A little too late for a good plan, isn't it? Animal agriculture is one of the biggest culprits. It's almost as if people were meant to live in a desert. The Father said he's going to turn the daughter of Babylon into a desert. Golf courses are still nice and green. Why are golf courses exempt from water ban? Why? Because they the ones with the money, and money makes the world goes round. Money can't replace water, though. Money can buy everything apart from death, but can help live longer. The new God. Can you survive not drinking anything? The videos that came out today all have different numbers. New plan in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 60 days. What happened to all the snow? Golf or food? I don't get it. I opened a farm in the desert because they told me we had plenty of water. Weird. Exactly. I live in Montana, which is a farming state, and going in the desert doesn't sound smart. Even if you have a man-made water resource close. Yeah, I don't get why they waited for 3 weeks left to make a plan. Ban all lawn and golf course watering, period. Well, it was nice knowing you, world. Looks like we're dying, hungry, thirsty, and hot. How about the fresh water? The letting out in the ocean. There's nothing said about that. Do you mean the water that goes into the sea? It doesn't go to the sea. It's all used up before it gets there. Just a dry river bed since the 60s. No one seems to care except a few. Sea is spelled with an A. Some people can't spell or read. See? Nothing to see here. Plenty of water. Don't listen to the crisis mongers. Whole ocean of water around. Ocean of salt water. Go drink that water. That's how the states and governments act sadly. Water, water everywhere. And all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere. Nor any drop to drink. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the rhyme of the ancient Marian. I assume you missed the science at school. I'm sure by now there's more comments, but I'm not going to go through them all because, yeah, I'm just not going to do that. Moving. We'll leave this up for a little bit. We're going to Mikha'el Massa. All right. And show you his strange doctrine on this. And you be like, why in the hell are people listening to him? Because they are missing some. People are turned off to Christianity because of what they think it meant. And they have gotten the wrong information. So therefore, they are now going off of it from a jacked up mentality. Let's go. Let's make this a little bit bigger. We brought a lot of stuff out already on these lives, and they just now getting to it, you know. So lets me know that, you know, people be watching my lives. So I want to say this, you know, how you doing, Mikha'el Massa? You know, seeing what you can probably get from here. How you doing, Jonathan? See what I'm probably talking about. I'm not speaking bad about anyone at this moment. I'm just seeing, I'm using everything versus the scriptures. So if anyone uses the scriptures, just like people have to show authority of them speaking of the Congo and why they speak the Congo, which we're going to bring out real quick. So I'm going to use a basis. I'm going to use a natural thing to explain what I'm doing here. And if people can't see that, I don't know what to tell them. It's on them. They are the one who would be considered to be, I guess, slow, but not me. All right. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to put in Jonathan. His name would not be that no more. He actually has another name. His name is now Takua Sulindo. But this is the name he's going by. I don't know why he's going by that, but it's a lot of people going by this name. There it is right there. All right. Okay. Community. I'm not even going to that one. It's only one thing that was said that I'm using for my example. I'm not even going there. Oh, not even going there. Not even going there. Not even going there. This one right here, which would be 5 days ago. All right. So this is the one we want. And I'm using this for example. Because it's this comments right here. Notice there's not that many. This has got 20. This one got 6. But this one right here is the one we want. Because it's going to show forth what I'm trying to bring out. All right. So we'll open up the comments after I'm done reading what this says right here. Okay. So it's the same thing I say to those who are reading the word. And I have every right to say it. Because if you're not anointed, you're not supposed to be teaching this word. And how do you know you're anointed? It's not coming from something you feel. It's something that is written down in the word. because surely the Father will do nothing on the earth unless it's first written down in his word. So he's going to write down who is anointed to read this word. If your name is not here, what are you doing? Let's go. Semi-truck, because we ain't put to say Siami. But you notice throughout the time, after 5 days, stuff begins to start to change after a while. People start to change things. You start to see that even with Jonathan, not Jonathan, but Mikha'el Massa. All right. So it is right here. We don't say these words because I say semi-truck. Manna Belaka. I've been studying American Hebrew Israelites camps for a couple of years. It don't take that long to actually study them. You can just see what they're talking about for the first year, and you already know what they're going to be talking about. It's not that hard. There was always one man who fascinated me. He goes by the name of Guerrilla Hebrew. This man would mock black Africans and would even make fun of Bantus. I always saw him as an Arab or a white-looking man. He recently had a debate with Garfield. In a debate, he showed his DNA results. I don't think he knows how DNA works. His results show that technically he is a white man. Laugh out loud. Hebrew Israelites focus on the flesh and they forget their spirit man. Dear Guerrilla Hebrew, focus on your spirit. The flesh profits nothing. How is your spirit? The pride and arrogance of the Hebrew Israelites is beyond shocking. Now, the flesh means your thinking. Has nothing to do with your physical appearance. Has everything to do with your mind. Because when Adam and Eve fell, it wasn't their bodies that they messed up things with. It was them leaning to their own understanding and choosing to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil after the Father said, do not eat from it. So them thinking outside of what the Father has given them as a command is the flesh. Not your breast, not your penis, not your buttocks, not your hands. It's all the flesh. Your brain, your mind. That is the flesh. You lean into your own understanding. That is the flesh. Because Adam and Eve was stand up there so-called naked. None of those parts sinned. It was when they thought outside of what the Father said to them and did opposite, in accordance with what he said, that is what brought forth sin. They didn't have sex until after they were outside of the garden. And Adam knew his wife. This is recorded in Genesis. All right, let's continue on. All right. Now let's read the comments. This is where it gets interesting. Comments? Sheesh. Not that hard. All right, here we go. Look at this. I want to ask you, Jonathan, who initiated you in our Congo tradition? You must give us your love Ila, Lavila, in the name of your elders, and who initiated you. To prove you are a real Congo, you must answer these questions. There is no, you don't have a choice. You have to answer these questions, because if you're talking about Congo, our tradition holds that you must tell us who you are, what is your stock, where you come from, who initiated you, meaning the same thing as saying what? Who anointed you? Woo, sounds familiar, right? Who gave you permission to speak what you speak? Who gave you power, authority? Did you just show up on your own and start talking about this? Or did someone initiate you? So if this happens in the natural, how much more in the spiritual? Think about that for a minute. He's up there saying you can't just show up speaking what you want to speak because you think about speaking it. Now this gets powerful. But we don't think the same way about the word. We think about this culture, but we don't say the same thing about the word, which is very mind-boggling to me. Because I'm like, how in the world can we say this about the word, say this about a culture, but don't understand that the same exact thing is all written throughout the text of Scripture? It's the same thing. The same thing that this man is saying right here is echoing throughout the Scriptures. Number one, you must be anointed to talk about this word. But people don't know what the anointing is no more, so now they just say that they've been anointed to say the word. I've been clearly anointed to bring out the word the way I'm bringing it out. Clearly, if you're anointed, you're going to bring the word out differently than what other people are bringing it who are not anointed. It's just how it goes. Watch this. Niki, I, Iva, Laku. What is your Lavila, or what is your clan or your genealogy? That's what he's asking. What is your village? Who initiated you for you to be talking about Congo? So if the Bible is a special text as well, who anointed you to speak about this text? I'm just saying. Now, if you cannot answer these questions, you are not a real Congo and a fraud. That simple. Now watch what happens. Watch what happens. Brother, why do you keep coming back on my page? Go and find people who teach your truth. Now, the Bible says there's only one truth. There's not many truths. It's not your truth. It's the truth. So everything is not the truth. The truth is singular. It's only one. The way, the truth, and the way to live the life. They're all included as one. So when people say that's my truth, that is not the word. That is literally Satan trying to literally go in reverse of what the word says. Because the Bible clearly shows that there is only one truth. So if anyone's talking about this is my truth, that is Satan trying to take ownership of something that the Father has said and trying to make it more broad instead of it being more narrow in view. Now that is the enemy's job, is to mislead. And most of our people are part of the misleading. But they will never see it themselves, nor even align themselves that they are being used of Satan to speak badly about what the Father and what the Son has said to be true. Never do it. They'll never admit it. They will never admit that. They will think that what they're teaching is what the Father told them to teach, blase, blase, and therefore will keep the masses locked into something that is not good for them. Instead of them succumbing and actually humbling themselves down and coming to the Messiah to listen to him teach, nope, they'll keep on with what they think they're teaching is true. And only in the end, they will be cast down and sent to hell, them and all the rest of their followers. Because they will find out that they was not gathering with me, but they were scattering. This is going to be realized eventually. And once it's realized, it might be too late for that person to change. I'm just putting it out there. Because I'm telling you now. But if my word has no effect in you right now, then how's it going to have to affect with you later on? It's just what it is. So now what's this? I don't understand why you are here. I do not debate. Debating is a waste of time. Then why do you watch it then? I'm just asking the question. The Zambi Kama Sambula Mubuta, whatever that name is, I don't know. I have told you my love ila, lavala, bina nosona. My teacher is Lipson Mapenga from Kasa. I speak of Congo as I am a Mawana Congo from Kansa. My teacher is Nagunza Mapanga. Then he says this, we do not believe the same thing. Here he comes. Brother, I must ask this. Brother, I must ask because that is our tradition. So if you're going to teach tradition, you got to keep with the tradition. And you can't get mad when someone wants to know what you're doing. You want to speak about the traditions, then you must also keep to the same traditions as they are there. If you have a problem with the traditions, then you need to stop talking about the tradition. That's exactly what you're doing. This man has every right to ask what he's asking because it is their tradition. Period. He has a right to ask. He has a right to keep coming back because it is a tradition of Congo for them to know who you are, who taught it to you, for you to be speaking about their people. Now listen what he says. Let's go. Brother, I must ask because that is our tradition. You must introduce yourself before we can know who you are. That's all. I'm not debating you. I understand you are Luba. So now he's going in. He's like, wait a minute, hold up. I understand that you're something different. You're not really Congo. You're of the Luba people. That's what he said. You're Luba. Let's get it. I understand you're Luba. So my question to you, brother, is it's not about debate. It is just a question. Why do you talk about Bakongo and not the Luba? Now I understand you believe we are the same. I don't have a problem with that. I love my Luba brothers and sisters, but you as a Luba talk about Bakongo a lot, but not your own people as much. He said it's one-sided. Look what he's going to bring up. He's up here talking about, you're talking about the Bakongo, Congo, but you're Luba. Then he's going to go on and say something else that's going to be very powerful, which is going to tie in perfectly with the scriptures. So what this man is going to say is going to line up perfectly with the scriptures. And I'm going to point that out as well. Let's go. And you start saying, watch this, the Bible is the Congo book. Brother, I am Mukongo. There is many chief Luganzas who deny what you are saying. There is even Congo royalty, who deny what you are saying, and you claim to be initiated. He says you claim to be initiated. But what you're claiming, and these people who we go to, if I was to ask them who are of the true bloodline of Congo, they would deny what you're saying. So how can the two walk together unless they be agreed, the word says. Think about it. How can it be? And he's coming at him and says, look, there's a lot of people who are truly of this thing, do not believe what you're saying. They deny it. I told them what you're saying. They deny it. What you are saying, and you claim to be initiated. Meaning what? You're not initiated. To be initiated is to know the secrets of Congo. And watch what it says. And you do not. Meaning what? You don't know the secrets. That's all I'm saying. I will never debate you. I don't have time. So he's clearly saying, you don't know Congo, but you're talking about Congo as one who is uninitiated. Because those who are initiated do not believe in the Bible. And you're trying to say that the Bible is our book, the Congo's book. And he's saying that is not our book. We don't lay claim to that book. Watch this. Then here comes Thomas Duke, who's a follower. I love this. It's always one in every bunch. We try to make everything apply, but it ain't gonna fit. He said, but Congo was very expensive kingdom, sir. A very expensive kingdom, sir. Even we Bantus of Kenya originally immigrated from the Congo. And our forefathers were of those roots. Even the Zulus in SA can call themselves, in South Africa, can call themselves but Congo too. I don't know what makes you think you are so special than other Bantus. That's what people want to go to. You make yourself special. Watch this. This Thomas Duke don't know anything about what this man is saying. This man has been there, obviously, knows the Congo, been in the Congo, all these things, and he's bringing it out to him. But our people always want to say, what makes you special? So now he's about to show him what he didn't say. Like, look, I never said that I was only saying this. That's when you know when people are trying to run from some stuff, right? Let's go. They're trying to hide something. Right here, look what he says. Thomas Duke, he comes at them. When did I say I was special? I know about the Zulu, very special people. Our Mutu. Watch what he says though. Even in West Africa, it's not just Congo. What's he saying? Be balanced in your teachings. You talk about Congo so much, but you forget about the West Africans. Gambia, Senegal, Mali. You know they go straight to Angola, but they would not go to Mali. They would not go to Gambia. They would not go to Senegal. Because you know why? Because if everyone finds out that everything that they're looking for is in the Gambia, why would they have to listen to these other people who are in other places? We're going to go straight to the person who is now living in the Gambia. There's only one person in the Gambia who go live in the Gambia talking about we need to bring home our people, and that is me. It will literally refute every single thing that they've been talking about from day one and tie everything into what I've been saying the whole entire time. That is why they don't talk about nothing from West Africa. That is why they talk about everything from a narrow view. They're not talking about the truth. They're talking about things to keep people tied to them. But you notice how this person is coming onto their page and making everything else like, look, it's not just about the Congo. He says the Mutu, M-U-N-T-U, even in West Africa. Now, for those who don't know what West Africa is, let's go get the Gambia. This is where the Messiah will be at. This is where he will show up at. The Father's doing this purposely. With a narrow Atlantic coastline. Broad is the way that leads to destruction, but narrow is the way that leads to life. And it literally says narrow. The Gambia is a small West African country bounded by Senegal with a narrow Atlantic coastline. Notice it didn't say nothing about broad. Everything is narrow. Broad is the way that leads to destruction, and narrow is the way that leads to life. Meaning the one who will lead going to be right here in West Africa, the Gambia. What's good? The smallest country within the mainland Africa. Woo! Killing them. Let's go. Going back. I know about the Zulu, very special people, all Mutu, even in West Africa. So you want to bring about the Zulus. You want to talk about, you want to bring in everything they've been talking about. Congo, Zulus, but then look what he does. He literally leaves off that and says, look, but there's people also in West Africa. You're leaving out West Africa. You want to talk about South Africa, Congo, Kenya, but what about West Africa? You're leaving some people out of the equation. Why? Because you have an agenda. What's this? If Mikha'el Massa, Jonathan, and all these people begin to start talking about West Africa, the Gambia, they'll find out there's one person who goes live in the Gambia. Guess what people start doing? They will leave off there and come over here to listen what I got to say. Why should we listen to this over here when actually the Messiah is going to come up in the Gambia? Why should we listen to anyone else? So now if you're really about the truth, you will lead them to all areas. And we have on our walls slaves who were taken from here, not only written down in the pages, but plastered on walls as museums, as islands. Just to put that out there. Let's go. All Mutu, even in West Africa. What means? What to include even West Africa. Watch this. It's not just Congo. That's why the Father told me to remove the X from the logo. He yelled at me, remove the X. And I did that. Shakingly, I did it, but I did it. But I just don't like people lying about my culture. That's it. We need Congo people are not the people of the Bible. The Bible is not our book. That simple. As any real Mukongo who grew up in the Congo villages, or as any Congo chiefs or Congo royalty, they will say the same thing. Ask any real Congo Nuganza, they will say the same thing. All real Congo initiates will say the same thing. Now, notice, there is nothing else. No more replies, no more nothing else. After it said, Jonathan does not come on and say anything else. Thomas does not come on to say anything else. He lets them know that the Congo is not of the Bible at all. But we are of the Bible. That is our book. And if this person has come out and said that the Congo does not know anything about this Bible, and if they're not in the Bible, then this person who has this name right here will be telling the truth. And all those who are listening that the Bible is not our book are stupid. But Jonathan trying to say that the Bible is the Congo's book. But here's a real Congolese or real person of the Congo who's initiated in the secrets saying that's not right. What is he doing? He's examining him. He's examining what Jonathan is saying to the people. And he's saying, look, okay, I don't care. He says, you're Luba. All right. The reason why you're talking about the Bible, because we're not the same. Now, I might love you, but he's trying to tell him, Jonathan, you're of the people of the Bible, but we're not of the Bible. Meaning what? We're not the same. Go and teach what you're teaching. If you're teaching the Bible, then you're not Congo, because we do not believe in the Bible. So if you're using the Bible in any respects and talk about Congo, you're not truly an initiate of the Congo. You're only talking about the Congo as what you believe. You're actually Luba, and that is why it's in you to talk about the Bible, because you're of Judah, not of Congo. So I believe Jonathan is of us. I do. But I believe that Jonathan is also mixed up people in the world. And I have every right to say that out of love. I believe Jonathan means well. I really do. I believe Mikha'el Massa believes well. But just as our people are mixed up when it comes to this book, so I believe that Mikha'el Massa and Jonathan are mixed up. They represent what happened to our people, even though they're in the land, doesn't mean that they have the truth. They're mixed up just like you. We're not to love them any less or treat them even worse. I love Jonathan. I talked to him on the phone We chatted. We got to know each other for a little bit before everything came out. When I told him who I was, and either he received it or didn't receive it, I don't know it. But I believe that Jonathan actually believes that I'm the real true Messiah. Let me look at y'all when I say that real quick. I'm going to put this out here to everyone who sees. I believe that Jonathan Shalombo, when he talks about we have the king in the Congo, I believe he's talking about me. I believe he's calling the Gambia and Mali and all that stuff still Congo. But instead of naming it Mali, Senegal, Negro land, because he's been talking about Congo, he keeps calling it Congo. But I'm going to say this to him. Salute to Jonathan. Salute to Mikha'el Massa. Why? Because they're in the same boat as us. They don't know. But they're only speaking about what they think they know. No much more than Christianity and the Hebrew Israelitism. I believe Jonathan believes that I actually am the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Like he said in his one post, King of Kings, why are you on my post? I've never came against you. He says I've never answered you, nor have I ever disrespected you. Not once. We're still waiting for you in the Congo. Now you can look on his post and find out if he said that to any other person, that they're waiting for them to show up in the Congo. Meaning what? The king I've been talking about has been you. I believed you when you said you are the king. I'm waiting for you to get here. That's why I haven't disrespected you, because I believe. Jonathan, it's time for you to accept who you are and to talk about the Luba people. And then you will be a part of the gathering instead of the scattering. If the Congo people are saying they're not of the book, then leave it as it is. The Father told me to remove the X from that right there and put the trees, which is the olive trees. So if you're truly of the truth, you will talk more about our people and what happened to them in West Africa, not just Angola. People go as far as Angola, but they won't talk about Mali. They go as far as Cameroon, but won't talk about Senegal. So watch this. Since we have been ostracized, put out, the Father is going to raise up honor and glory to the same ones people won't talk about. The Gambia is going to show up on the map. Senegal is going to show up on the map, because we can look in the scriptures and see where it all started from. The book of Ezekiel. So Isaiah will be speaking it. Then the Father's going to show exactly what's going to happen to us. And we're going to read that today. So Mikha'el Massa, if he has one-track mind, a broad mind sense of the Congo, he's not going to have the true understanding of what we really are. So he's going to be coming from the standpoint of his own private interpretation. And that's what's been happening. But we can't blame Jonathan and Mikha'el Massa for that without also blaming Christianity, Islam, and also the Black Hebrew Israelites. Everyone will be in the same boat, feeding on their own delusion, just as the word says we will be. I believe that Jonathan wants to do a good work. I honestly do believe. I believe it. I believe Mikha'el Massa wants to do a good work, but I believe that they're confused, that they're mixed up. They see the Congo in another light versus their own people. Jonathan has come out and said many times and said he's of Aluba, Judah. Judah is West Africa. Said West Africa. The map is only based off of according to the location of London. So actually West could actually be East. But to London, it is West. But it actually could be East. It could be true East. But they won't talk about it as true East because according to London, the maps that we have is according to London. So Gambia is west of London, but in actuality, it could be east from somewhere else, depending on where you come from. So coming from the islands over here, Gambia could be literally east, or it could be north, based off of where you're pinpointing. So Gambia could be north, east, south, or west, depending off of where you are pinpointing it. And we found out that the maps are from London, the location of London. So now east could become west, and west can become east. That's what we know. I'm only showing you as the Father is showing it to me. So let's learn. Let's go. This is not to put a dig towards Jonathan. This is to show Jonathan he needs to be happy about our own people, even in West Africa, not just Congo, as this man stated. For whatever reason that got people in Congo is beyond me. When the first people who came as slaves was from the Gambia. September 19th, 1767, just imported in the ship Lord Legionnaire, Captain Davies, from the river Gambia in Africa, in IE, be followed by the subscribers in Antiochus, for whatever that is, on Wednesday, the 7th, say what? Of October? Hold up. Did I say that right? Did I get that right? Hold up. Man, I didn't even read this. Wednesday, the 7th of October. Now that sounds familiar. I gotta look at y'all on that one. Because that right there, that just did it for me. My eyes and my head hurt on that one. It said Wednesday, October 7th. We just saw that. We didn't make it up. We didn't do no Photoshop, no nothing. It said October 7th. Gee, what did that put you in the memory of? Or the mindset of? Before I would know anything. Not October 10th. October 7th. Sips voting. Coincidence? Do you see how the Father be on our lives? Look how it came together. I know people think about October 7th, 1997. Exactly. So the same day that it takes place is the same day that the Father literally chooses his Messiah. We're just gonna let that sit for a minute. So he has to show up in the same place where it was taken. So we see that the first slaves coming from the Gambia. We see some October 7th. So the enemy knows the dates as well. So he comes against the branch on October 7th, 1997. And then when we did this in the Gematria Code, it came up with 6,716, which shows now, therefore, that 144,000 knows the new name of the son of David. October 7th, 1997. That is when a new name is given to the son of David, who is the Christ, who is the Messiah, who is the King of Kings, who is the Lord of Lords, who is the one who has risen from the dead. The one who died for our people. Who is the high priest. You can't make this stuff up. You can't. It's all there. Need I say more? Who else has that testimony for October 7th, 1997? Who? Who in the world has that testimony? I've seen the Messiah on this day. Now it makes sense. Wednesday, the 7th of October, next, a cargo of choice, healthy slaves. The Fade ship will take tobacco to London on Liberty at 61 sterling per ton. John Rideout, Daniel, whatever the other name is, any perform that will contract for a quantity of lumber may meet with encouragement by applying to DT Jennifer. Kuta Kente arrives in the new world, and we have the show Roots, to show forth what took place to us. How we doing? Woo! Man, that right there is almost like a tearjerker. Just saying. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, you could try, but it ain't gonna work. Is it making sense to anybody yet? Post this video in all the places where you're at. I'm about to put up the YouTube link because some people might want to go on YouTube and actually want to see it that way because they don't want people to know that they listening to me. You understand like that? It's crazy, but it's just how it is. I understand people got an image to uphold, so they don't want people to think like I'm listening to him on the side. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to, you know. People probably be mad at me from when I done corrected them on a live, but that needs to be taking place. I don't want you to think that we're the same and you up here going to church, talking about praise Jesus and all that kind of stuff like that, and think that when it's time to actually show up, you know what I'm saying, for judgment seat, that you are in the loop because you showed up on my page a couple of times, but the whole entire time you're posting about Christianity and what you're doing in the church as a witness against you, and then think you're gonna be okay in the end, showing for me what? That you're doing your own thing. So if that causes you to go away and go do something else, then so be it. But you cannot be claiming the church and scared to walk away from it all and still say that you are a follower or a person of Goshen. If you're going to church and posting about it and he heard, then I want you to hear me loud and clear. We are not the same. We're not on the same page. The Father does not see what you're doing in the church as righteous. He sees it as you continuing in what is wrong, even though you hear the truth. Or maybe it's not even that important to you. It's just something you're just doing. Going to church every now and again, or coming on the live every now and again to say, hey, you doing, King, blah, blah, blah. But your heart is far from me. I have every right to call you out on that because it's not right. And I don't want you to think for 1 minute that the Father is in cahoots or is happy about you going to the church, and to post it for all of us, or even try to literally tag us in these groups or tag us in what you're doing at the church is foolishness to us. We don't care to know about what you're doing in the church. If you're in the church, why are you still in Goshen? Now, Azariah was in the same boat as you. But when Azariah heard that there was a green light on her life, if she continued in the church, she made a choice and she left. She has never looked back. She's never said, oh, I wish I was back in the church again. She left. When she left, she left. You have never left. So that's why you're still between two walls. Just telling you. Yeah. I'm gonna let that just powerful right there. October 7th. So who got anything to say now? For a good Ellis of exchange on Wednesday, October 7th. That's powerful, man. Powerful. Here it is. Kute Kinte Island. The old fort of James Island, renamed Kute Kinte Island, in Gambia, is located about 30 kilometers upstream on the river. See map. And is home to the ruins which once belonged to the colonization Britain. This was the last bit of African soil that many slaves saw before being transported in the bows of transatlantic slave ships to the Americas. Where? The Gambia. The area was discovered in 1456 by the Portuguese navigators. That means they came over in 1456 and saw the Gambians here. Portuguese was not here. Our people was here. Second expedition up the river Gambia. They called it St. Andrew's Island, supposedly after a sailor who had died and was buried there. The name was changed by later European colonialists. It was purchased by the Duke of Courland 200 years later, after which the Baltic Germans began building the fortifications in 1651. The Germans began building the fortifications in 1651. That means they built up a fortress. Fortifications. They built up a fortress. A stockade. Reinforcement. A defensive wall.
Fortification.
That's exactly what the book of Maccabees says. Barricade, fieldwork, raveling, fortalice, blockhouse, outwork, earthwork, toughening. Look at the opposite of it, adulteration, strengthening, reinforcement. That means they took it for themselves. A castle, a fortress. In 1651, sword could be used as a trading post between the Lavia and Latuana. That's airlines. We got Latuana Airlines. Watch. Latuana Airline. See, Latuana, they got a Lufthansa airline. It's the same thing. So this again bears as a witness. We got airlines given wings of a great eagle. The woman was given wings of a great eagle. The woman. So this is powerful right here. Wow. Wow. Freaking wow. So the woman was given wings of a great eagle. So we came from the Gambia and the local Africans. You see that right there? This is powerful. Is it not? Very powerful. So Latuana and the local Africans, woman given wings of a great eagle. Airlines named after her. Lufthansa Airlines. Same place. The woman was given wings of a great eagle. Meaning, I guess, the airline also will be named after her. And the local Africans. It was seized by the British 10 years later in 1661. Now, the violence, heaven suffered violence, and the violent it taketh it by force. It was seized by the British 10 years later in 1661 under the hands of the royal adventurers of England trading into Africa, who received a royal patent from Charles II to buy ivory, gold, and other commodities as well as slaves. They renamed the islands James Island after the heir to the throne, who was to become King James III. What? The significance of this takeover was James Islands represented Britain's first outpost in West Africa. The island subsequent changed hands many times over the next 2 centuries, particularly between the French and the British. In 1779, 1979, 1779. See how many years that is. $19.79 minus 17 equals. It's like roughly what, 20 years or something? Probably like 20 years. Equals. In the world. That's about that. So wrong. Like I said, it comes up to 200 years. 1979 from 1779 equals 200 years exactly to the T. In 1779, 200 years before I would probably be born, French troops based at the slave post of Albreda near Juforé were ordered to deal with the British once and for all. They were duly ejected for the last time in the island, and the French proceeded to destroy it. After the passing of the Abolition Act of 1857, the British moved their emphasis to fighting slavery and chose the forts of Banjul and Barra to achieve this. By 1830s, the island was abandoned for good. Today, on a visit to the island, the ruins of colonialism and slavery can still be seen. There are caves and prisons on the island where slaves were imprisoned before being shipped off to the American colonies. There are also some cannons standing in their military attack positions. Now, those who are in Goshen have witnessed purposely, has personally. We have literally went to Kutakente Island. We have pictures. We have the poster, whatever you want to call it. You'll see people who are in Goshen posting pictures. We have, heck, I got pictures on my phone. But I can just share one right now of the cannons. We went to this place and we literally anointed this place. We gave this place what? We healed this land with oil, anointing oil. and wine. We have other places that we have to go. Before Passover begins, me and Jazz, hopefully Charles will be there too, have to get to Benin. Now, I looked into the travel for Benin, and we're looking at close to $1,000. This is outside of our COVID-19 test. I need Jazz for this event. I cannot go at it alone. I'm not supposed to. I shouldn't have to. So I gotta travel by myself because other people may not have the finances to go with me. For yours. Yours might be a 9 to 5 going to work at a
All right. This is what I'm dealing with right now. Show it to you. I've been dealing with this for the last 15 to 30 minutes. The time I've been off. Trying to sign in. Everything. Internet says it's connected. Internet access, but it doesn't let me connect. This is what I've been going through. I restarted my computer and everything. Nothing. It's going through. Google, restarted. Nothing. Connect to the internet, see? But at the bottom, it says that I'm connected. So I restarted this after it says that I'm connected to the internet. It says internet access. Now, even here, even if you have, a connection, it will still say that you're not connected to the internet. So even though it will not say internet access if you don't have internet access. But if it says you have internet access, it's because you have internet access. It's true. You cannot connect to the routers here if you don't have internet access. It won't connect you to the internet. Now I'm trying to get into this, but it won't let me into this. Try to click this, go over, you're not connected. This is my VPN. But then when I go here, where do I? Yep, that right there. See, it says the internet is connected. And it says I'm connected. Now we're surfing, all that. It says I'm connected. Off. Turn it back on. If I was not connected to the internet, even if you go here and click this, when you don't have the internet, this is off. If you click it, it will say failure. You will not be able to connect to the internet. The fact I'm able to click this and turn this on means I have the internet. They're blocking me through the VPN. That's what I'm going to show. So it says I'm connected to the internet because I have internet access, but they won't let me in to my VPN to go live. Right here. Let's go to diagnostics. They signed me out of my VPN. Sign me out of it. See, look, log in. I got this set where I ain't got to keep doing this. We hit the authentication error. Please try again. And if the issue persists, contact our support. I don't need to do all that because if you've already signed in, like I stay signed in. The site can be reached, but I have internet. I just quit the app. Plus, it's been raining over here too, so it's, yeah. The weather is not really helping. This is crazy. I'm gonna get this solution fixed. And once I get that fixed, I'll be back because I'm not gonna have y'all sitting here waiting looking at a blank screen. I'm not gonna be sitting up here trying to get this to go right good when not. Look, it just said try again. It looks like we are unable to connect. Please check your network connection and try again. My network connection says I have internet access. It's the VPN. But like I said earlier, I shouldn't have to travel by myself because Jazz don't have enough to get with me to the places where I'm signing to be. If you're seeing now, so when the Father said that my life is biblical, he was literally saying that I am the walking scriptures. I don't have to think about living the word. It comes out of me naturally. When you look at Noah, he says Noah fulfilled the righteousness that was required of him. So righteousness is not based off of what you think. It's based off of what the Father says you should be doing in your lifetime. Noah, boy got not told, I don't want to say he got a little bit drippy off of the wine he done made. He came up with an invention. He was the one who made wine. He was like, yeah, some wine. And he did the grapes. He let the grapes just ferment. And after that, he drunk some. Oh, it's good. He got a little bit tipsy. But the Father didn't count that against him. Why? Because he had already fulfilled the righteousness that was required of him. Many people are looking at me for the righteousness that they think righteousness is. That's wrong. The word says that the steps of a righteous man are ordered by him. Meaning what? They don't have a choice. It's almost like they're forcing. My hands went up without me even thinking about it. My mouth was speaking without me even thinking about it. My mind had, the flesh had no part in what the spirit was doing. Only the flesh could sit back and say, what in the world is going on? Why am I saying this? Why is my hands up? But the flesh at that moment profit nothing. My thoughts at that moment profit nothing. But my body was in alignment to the word. So if my body is taking over, involuntarily raising my hands, and my mouth speaking, involuntarily, without my brain even telling it what to say, there's something else on the inside of me that is happening. That even my mind has no power over. I'm a whole another being than what you see. If I'm giving witness and my body overrided my mind, my mouth overrided my thoughts. But it got into alignment with whatever was happening because it had no power over it. The flesh profits nothing. It's because the Father was showing me something. You don't control you. I control the word. Now watch this. The Father says he watches over the word to perform it. When you look in Isaiah 11, Jeremiah 23, it says that the Lord will perform his good work, his good will. That the Son is just got to show up to certain places and the Father is going to perform his will. So whether I want fire to come out my belly and me to kill a lot of people or not, I don't have a choice in the matter. Because the word is subject unto the breath. The breath is subject unto the one who breathed it. That's why the Messiah says he is in the Father and I am in him. The breath is in the word. And then he says, and I will be in you. So the word is in the Father. The breath is in the word. And the word is in the breath. We are one. This is what I declared. Not October 7th, 1997. Oh, that was already declared. October 7th, 1997 is me meeting the Father for the first time. Talking to him all these years. 16. Father said, I didn't give you that gift to use for him, to write for him. I gave you that gift to glorify me, to honor me, to praise me with. What was I doing? Writing. So from the age of 16, I began to truly see myself only as a scribe or a writer. Not a king. Right. And then the Father brought up a witness of that. Now, Ezekiel was a son of man. Literally means writer. The man in fine linen who has a writer's ink kit next to him. Writer's ink kit. Writer. Ink kit. meaning he has a name. Ezekiel will be the same thing as a writer. Enoch means scribe. Yeah, Enoch, which means writer. Ezekiel, which means writer. Enoch is called the Son of Man. Ezekiel is called the Son of Man. The Messiah is called the Son of Man. Three witnesses. Enoch, write his book for the last days. Father says, I'm the breath that's talked about in Ezekiel 37 in the last days. The Messiah said the Holy Spirit must take my words, and that gives him glory, but I receive glory too. So by me taking his words brings forth glory unto me, which also brings forth glory unto him, because I'm taking his words and showing you what he said. He must take my word that is written in a parable and disclose to you plainly the message of the gospel. He must teach you what I have said plainly. I'm going to say it in a parable, but then he's going to take it and decode the whole entire message and say, this is what the Messiah was saying. This is what he was doing. Meaning what? Inside of me is a secret decoder. I take the parables, take them down. Oh, this is the message that he was saying. And then this message will echo, not from here, but all the way to the Old Testament. That is my job. And I have other jobs. And those jobs is to travel. We have other places where we have to get to. Guess what? We cannot get there without the necessary funds. So now, that's when it goes into Malachi chapter 3. You have robbed me in tithes and offerings. So everyone's been given to the pastors, given to like Hebrew Israelites, Jonathan, many different places. But if there's only one teacher that the Father has authorized, as we seen earlier about the Congo being initiated in, I've been authorized to speak what I speak. That's why I talk differently than any other person on this earth. Showing forth a pulling away, a set apartness. Whether people agree with it or not. But I don't say the word the way that everyone else says. I don't say it. It's different when I bring it out. Why? Because the Father was here. I'm the one who has been authorized to teach you. Now, me and Jazz, we need to pay for our tickets. And we have to pay also probably for a COVID-19 testing, along with the bags we will have. Now, am I trying to be there forever for a long time? No, I'm not even trying to do a week. I want to go there as fast as we can, get it done. Come back as fast as we can. And we have other places, even around here. We have to get to Lemon's Lounge. Lemon's Lounge is not a free place you just go into. You have to pay money for it. It's close to $200. What does equate to, probably in the Lassies over here, roughly 8,000 Lassies. That sounds like a lot of money. It's not. R20 is 5, or maybe close by. I'm just use that as an example. One of our $20 bills that's together in one hand is literally made for them multiples of 200s in one hand. So singly or singular, maybe $20, $25. will equate to the same thing as their, I say, 1,200. So 1,200 delacies will equate to come to the same thing as our $20 bill. Think about it. So you got 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So you got 5 2s. You have another 2. 1,200. So you got 6 2s. 6 times 2 is 12. 1,200. So one $20 bill that we hold in one hand is 6 for them. 6 200 bills, $200. You see what time? 6 makes up one $20 bill. They don't have a $20 bill that they can just give you. Everything is all broken up, just like the land, just like the people who were divided from it. Nothing is all together as one value. It's all split up to make up a value that the nations have. Look where I'm at. I'm in the promised land. You think everything that is valuable from here will be all together in value. The stuff that's in value is all split up, just like the lands. The lands I need to get to, they're not in one place. They're all split up. I have to go to Namibia. The Nim tree. I have to show up there. That's the Singing Hills. All the stuff that Uganda is fighting, like the gold, all that belongs here. That's why I didn't even worry about it. At the right time, when my feet steps on the right place, everything, every mountain, mountains of gold, whatever they may be, is going to melt. There's going to be an earthquake all around the world. And when I show up in the right place and that earthquake takes place at the right time, it says that the mountains will be like honey to the fire under his feet. Now this makes sense on what? When you go through the fire, it will be with you. Because literally that will be lava up underneath these mountains, consuming them, melting them down. The deposits of mountains and everything else melting away. And it says also that this gold and these different mountains are put into place to make me powerful, pretty much rich and powerful. That's what the book of Enoch says. So the fact that people are finding gold in Uganda and all these other places should put you in a mindset of the book of Enoch. What it says your internet connection was restored. Uh-oh. Let's see what's going on. You're currently offline. Your internet connection is restored. Is this one connected to the internet or is it connected to? Yep, it's connected. It's my own phone. Let's see what happens. So you can give because this is going to be put specifically towards this trip. I got anointing oil up in there that I already have. We gotta get some wine. Over there to anoint beneath the place where our people will take from one spot. We're gonna go up under that ark. And we're going to anoint that whole place. We're going to anoint the seas where our people was actually taken into the sea. to go to Americans. These are wounds and breadcrumbs and places the Father said, his steps are ordered. I have to see him go do that. That's why the Father told me, say, you and Jazz are to get to the venue. I need to get there before Passover. You need to do what? I know when I get there what I gotta do. Say a prayer, I have to anoint, and I have to pour in the wine. The same thing is what we did. We did this in Gore Island. We did this in Juvray. So we're not going there, oh, we're having fun. No, we're doing work, man. I am traveling just like the Messiah when he was here. He traveled. All the time he was traveling. But they already had a boat for them to get across. I can't get across with a boat. I need a whole plane for Benin. And that is 1,000 and sometimes like 1,400. That's for one ticket. In fact, I should do it one day when I'll bring back again like the trip to Benin. How much it costs for 2 passengers? And then they might say, oh, some COVID, whatever steps. Or you might have to take a test to see if you can travel, blah, blah, blah. We got our passports. It's good for that part. But it's the work, man. Those who say they are called, you're called for this specific purpose. Then the Messiah is calling you. I need your help. I cannot do this by myself. I've already done it before. Me and my dad, we already did it before. So since we must shed our blood for you. This is very something minuscule. It's very small for us to get there. Not just for you to come, for all of you to come. The 144,000 is going to listen to me. The ones who are not in that number, the word I say are ready, exact on life. The ones who are tares. The tares is not going to have a heart to hear anything I gotta say. But the 144,000, they will hear the bridegroom's voice. They're the ones who are going to know who the son of Yaz or the son of David's new name is. Why? Because they're listening. So I don't have to say, oh, you don't listen. This person, I don't have to say that. The ones who are mine, who belongs to my father, my brother, and me, are the same ones who are going to listen and do as their king has instructed. The ones who are not mine, they mock, they laugh. When I say whatever they want to say, but by that gesture alone, lets me know, or lets the Father know, that they're the tares. Because the tares don't listen, but the sheep do. Goats don't listen, but the sheep do. And he's going to take, watch this, it's a separation. Just like there was a separation with Abraham or Abram and the rich and a rich man who lived lavishly. He said he didn't ask for Abraham because he had respect. He said, could you please send over the slave, Lazarus? Lazarus is considered to be the same thing as a slave. Listen to the mindset. The rich man could not have been from us. The Lazarus was. And it was the Messiah's best friend. So thinking now about who the Messiah is going to be attracted to. The rich and famous, working very hard. It's like his best friend. Abram has Lazarus in his bosom. This rich man is asking for the father Abraham to say, hey, look, can you send over Lazarus? Can you have him dip his hand in some water, cold water, Can touch my tongue just for a little bit. If this place I'm in is a place of torment. Abram was like, I don't think you get how this goes. Meaning while he was on the earth, he had to be thinking the same way he's thinking now in the place of torment. He thinks, even though he's in this place of torment, he can still be treated nicely. So all the stuff that he enjoyed on the earth, that he thinks he now has a right to enjoy them, even still now in his place of torment. Look how he values Lazarus. He literally tells or asks Abraham, would you please send over Lazarus so he can quench my thirst? So he can quench my thirst. That's powerful. Send him over. So he can just dip his hand in some water just a little bit. Everyone was like, no, that's not what's going to happen. You don't get how this goes. So let me tell you how this goes. Even if I was to listen to what you were saying, there is no way it can happen because there's a gulf fixed between me and you where we can't cross over to you. We can't. Even in all of our strength, even if we wanted to come see our loved ones, even though we see you on the other side, we can't go to you. There is literally a gulf fixed. Now, this will make the same thing. Now, think about Deadpool. The first one, second. He dies. And he sees his wife on the other side of the bubble. He tries to go through it, but he can't because there's a gulf fixed between her and him. That is the same exact way that Abram, Lazarus, and the rich man can actually see each other, but could not cross over to each other. Obviously, the rich man can see Lazarus over there. That's why he said, tell Lazarus, see him. Boy, used to work for me when you was alive. I'm going to have you working for me while we dead. He's not asking Abraham to come and do it. Would you please send the least of us, which would be Lazarus, over and dip his hand in some water and put him on tongue? Abraham says, while you was on the earth, you lived lavishly. And Lazarus worked for you. And you treat him how you want to treat him. But now Lazarus is going into peace. And you are in torments. And even if I wanted to send Lazarus over to you, I couldn't do it if I wanted to. Why? Because there's a gulf fixed between me and you. Now Lazarus is now in contentment, being rested, going to go live again, while this is your end. You are forever here. This is your judgment. There was nothing they could say except this. This place is horrible. There's many people in my family who is just like me. And if they don't change, they are coming here. So please, can I be let up out of here to tell my family that this place is real? Or can you send somebody from the dead who has experienced this place and tell them that this place is real? Father Abram says they have the prophets. They have Moses and they have the prophets. And if they will not believe them, neither will they believe one who has come back from the dead to tell them that this person is real. And many people listen to my testimony. They forget that part. There's a reason why the Messiah said, when the Son of Man comes, will he find faith? There's a reason for that. There's a reason why he said, blessed are those who believe and have not seen. There's a reason for that. October 7th, 1997, I also was in a place of the dead. My soul was from my body never saw. I feel wrong. You will not leave my soul in the place of the dead. You will not allow your Holy One to see corruption. That means you will literally die. Your soul will be taken to a place where other people are going to die and be at forever. But you, your body, will never be buried. Now people read that as a parable. That's exactly what happened to me on that day. Y'all hear me saying, I put into a place. It wasn't a dream, because the Father says this place is real. First time. It says, your hopes. There was no. It's all gone. Whatever you thought was good, it don't matter. You're in darkness. Number one. It's no light. You feel that self, someone can come up and do anything to you, and you will not care. Like, this is meant to happen to you. A person come over and just torment you over and over and over and over and over again. And in the recent part of your mind, you're thinking like, he doesn't see. The first time in your life, you will feel alone. If you think you lonely now, wait until you get there. I'm serious. If you think you're lonely now, wait until you get there. You ain't never known loneliness as what you're going to learn. There is no getting out of here once you are there. You are rejected. And there is no sign of hope anywhere. Now add on to that. Wow. It said the place of the dead to be picked up and put into the lake of fire. It won't be needed no more. All those who are to receive their punishment have received it. So I'm going to pick up the place of the dead and drop it in lava to burn forever. Listen to what I'm saying. First time. Each time that I so-called come up out this place, I have to gasp for air. Like I'm actually being put back in my body. Please, don't send me back to that place. I didn't say, "Ooh, it's a bad dream." Oh, it's the worst nightmare ever. Worst nightmare ever. OMG. No. I was like, please don't send me back to that place. I'm begging. Please, please. Please don't send me back. Please. 15 minutes felt like forever. This is not a coincidence. One time, I'm so tired from listening to the Father, seeing the Messiah. I'm tired. I have no strength. This is the last bout I gotta go through to fulfill scriptures. So I'm the walking word, the living word amongst you. But you say you know the Father, but don't know me. Hilarious. Let's keep moving. I go back to this place, this God-forsaken place. I'm already hearing the devil saying, Jesus can't save you. That's the first time. The second time, I'm like, why am I here? I said the first time, each time I'm in this place, why am I here? Because number one, I just got to confessing Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior. So why am I here? Because I was told that all I had to do was confess my sins, believe in my heart that Jesus Christ is my personal Lord and Savior, and I will be saved. I did that. Why am I here? And there was no answer. First time, second time, no answer. All I heard was, Jesus can't save you. That was my demons in the place. I was in there for another minute or so. I can tell you, the time there feels like eternity. Feels like forever. I try to pinch myself. I try to throw myself against things. Trying to wake myself or jog me up out my sleep. Nothing worked. So I can guarantee you, the people who will show up in this place is going to think it's a very bad dream. It says they know nothing. They'll be trying to get up out that place. Meaning they don't know nothing of what's going on earth. Guess what? When I was in this place, I didn't know anything either. I could only think about what people were doing on earth. But I did not know anything else. I didn't know about the news. I didn't know what was happening. In this place, you lose all sense of reality because this becomes now your new reality. The only thing you think in your mind of trying to do is, why I'm here. Because you are in a literal prison. You put yourself in it for the most part by how you live, but you have no power to get out. So whatever happens to you here, you are overpowered by it. You could try to fight against all you want to, but just show the rebellion you had on earth. That will be used against you. And this is where people are headed. Second time. Gasping for air again. This is going back in for my third time. This is where the Father speaks. As soon as I get there, he says my name. Andrew, this place is real. He said, I had to let you see. What are you talking about? Andrew, I had to let you see. Had to. A requirement. But in this requirement, I will not be left there. I will be only an eyewitness to see that this place is real. I had to let you see that this place is real. And many people are coming in. And my heart believed it bled. I was allowed to wake up. Father says, this place. He didn't say, son, this is a dream. It's a vision. I just want to let you see in the vision and the dream that this place is real. No, he literally took my soul and translated it into hell. In the place of the dead. Every single time I woke up, I had to gasp for air, like life is being put back into my body. And then at the last minute, he tells me, this place is real. Meaning the first time it's a place, second time it's a place, third time it's a place. I have been translated from one place unto the next. October 7th, 1997. So when I was allowed to get out of the place of the dead, I went even that much harder. I went hard. I didn't give a damn if you wanted to hear what I gotta say or not. I don't want to hear that. I don't care. You gonna hear this today. I'm gonna call the police, call them. But you gonna hear this today. Boldness was given unto me because I knew where people were going to. Think about it. If you saw literally where people are headed, would you care about their wants, their needs, their feelings, their emotions, anything? Would you care about it? If you knew that the very same thing that they have is going to send them to this place, would you care? Oh, you're right. I'm intruding. I'm intruding upon your emotions. I'm intruding upon your feelings. I'm intruding upon your thoughts. I'm intruding. I don't care about them. What you care about, I don't care. Because I know what you care about is sending you straight ahead. So I'll be labeled a monster, labeled a narcissist, label whatever you want to call it, because I see where you're headed. I don't want you to go there. But your attitude, the way you think, the way you are, is going to take you there without any help. That's why it's a blessing in being labeled wrong, being called. It's not about fame. It's not about glory. It's about salvation.
So, after seeing this place, it felt so alone from the Father, so distant. I'm talking about eons, not 2 minutes away. He felt light years away. Eon, like, oh my goodness, like it felt like forever he was apart from me. It's the only time I can say ever felt alone. In the place of the dead. It felt like forever. I know many people don't get it. It's not your job to. Your job is not to understand my mind or understand my heart. You are to understand my words and do them. We are not the same. I have a message to keep you from eternal flames. If you keep trying to go bat for bat or tit for tat with me, you will end up losing, not me. And the very same thing that will cause you to lose is because you trusted in you instead of trusting in me. When it shows in the end, it will show that I try to keep you from your own way, your own destruction. But you kept choosing it every single time. That's all that will be seen. So whatever you're feeling, the Father inside of you would not fight what I'm saying to you. He would agree. So if something is fighting inside you, what I'm saying to you, that's not the Father. That is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, kicking at your seams. For just as I'm on a job, so is Satan. So I've been to the place of the dead, but there was no funeral. Just as the word says. And the Father told me the place was real. So I mean, I had to be literally have my soul taken. Remember, my hands already went up without my permission. They didn't need my permission. My mouth is speaking without my permission. On this day, I learned that I control nothing, even of my own body. That's why I'm the way I am, because I experienced that. That would be funny. Let you experience that. Your hands just go up without you even telling them to do it. Your mouth starts speaking without you even giving it permission. I believe on the day before some of y'all die and have to give a testimony, that's what's going to happen. You know, on that day you be like, this is what he means. But at that time, it won't matter. Your mouth just be saying something. You be like, why am I saying this? My word lives in you. The same obedience that's being forced on me is going to be present that day inside of your body. And you won't have any control over what you're saying. It will be clearly my spirit in you speaking through you, for you. It's the same thing as you're being arraigned, watch this, on your day of judgment. And then I play advocate for you through you. Because my word lives in you, I have access now to you as in claiming you for my own. So it's like your owner speaking up for you. The devil don't show up. He's the one who's accusing you. So then I go against the devil by saying, all right, well, this is mine. And so since it was mine, I have every right to take over the faculties of their body. Now I will stand in their place and speak for them. It says, don't think about what you're going to say. It said the Holy Spirit will speak through you. Doesn't talk about that for tongues. It says only at the moment when you're about to give your life. Not before. There's no place where it says in the intercession that he intercedes for you through you. No. When it comes with the tongues. It's not that. It's only when you are giving your life for the kingdom, then the king stands in your place and speaks up for you. Telling Satan what? This one's mine. This one believes. So even though you do what you're going to do, their soul is now being liberated and they will belong to me forever. You're going to bear testimony of being forever mine. You won't have to think about it. The words just going to come out. And at that moment, the spirit of Satan will know who you really are and whose now has taken claim from you. He's going to hate you even more. He's going to kill you. Why? Because he can never own you. Now, other people will have the same things done to them, but it doesn't mean that I own them. A lot of Christians are going to be killed, and this is their judgment. But they'll be thinking that it's because the Father owns them. But it's not. It's literally their judgment. And they're still acting stupid. It might be the rain, I'm not sure. So I can get my computer to work. Let me see if I can get my phone to work. We might have to do it. We actually do it old school. Take us back old school for a little bit. Because I want to get this message out. I need my charger. This phone is already completely charged. Taking a chance, but it's worth it. Instead of playing my game later. Keep losing on this one here, right? Keep losing. We could use that one. Where is it? There it is. I probably use that one. Yeah, because my internet's acting crazy over here. So I first need to get to Mikha'el Massa stuff. Turn this down. I guess we're doing the old school. This is crazy. Ain't did this in a while. For real? All right. All right. Got the 8. All right. What? You have a tablet, you can't access community. That don't make sense. Like whatsoever. Wow. This is freaking bonkers right here. This one right here we want. There we go. All right. Let us examine a sly prophecy of Moses. Now, sly means conniving, sneaky, secret, different things right here. All right. Let us examine a sly prophecy of Moses, Massa, his vision. Deuteronomy 33 and 7. This is what he says concerning Judah. Judah and Jerusalem, Bar Congos, as we didn't put on there, as it will be Mali, Negro land. Listen, oh he Yabi, or hey Yabi. It's almost the same thing like the hands raised up in the air. So the symbol is right here, even in this word. He Yabi. It's the same thing as the hands being raised, like the letter hey, behold, right? The voice of Judah, and bring him. Ain't gonna be no Bakongo. He's gonna be Judah, as the word says, and bring him back to his people. If you have to bring him back to his people, that means he has been sent away. If he has to come back, doesn't mean he's already there. He has to be brought back. So the leadership of Judah will not be in a land. It will be in a distant land, as the word is shown here. Watch this. So if he's coming from a distant land, that means his people was taken into slavery. Let's go. That's just what the word said. We just using basics. And bring him back to his people. It didn't say bring the people back to him. It says bring him back to his people. May his hands be powerful, and may you help him against his enemies. Now, this Judah will also be one person, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. So concerning the king of Jerusalem, listen, watch this. Here's a symbol, Oheabi, the voice of Judah. Here, he says, watch this. Listen to the voice of Judah. Listen to his voice. And then do what? Bring him back to his people. Listen to the voice of the king, which ties in perfectly how the Father says he only knows the Son, and the Son knows the Father. So this makes sense for the Father to hear him. Why? Because he knows him. The Father says, who would dare come before me unannounced or uninvited? That means everyone is not invited just because you want to be invited. A lot of people say, I know the Father, but the Father don't know you. So this one is talking about a one of covenant relationship. Moses is talking in connection with covenant, not just anybody, but a covenant king, a covenant person. He is telling the Father to remember his covenant with King David. Remember it. And bring him back to his people. May his hands be powerful. The Lord is a man of war. Notice it didn't say may their hands. May his hands be powerful. And may you help him against his enemies. This is in specific. Not just a people. It's in specific. He's telling you right here that the Messiah is going to go into exile. I love it. Watch this. And may you help him against his enemies. One notices that some of the Bar Congos will be separated from the people. Let's put this. One notice that Judah will be separated from their people. Massa uses the same verb as Zephaniah 3:20 uses bring back. You can see that they are prey to their enemies. Remember, the Deuteronomy 28:68, you will be sold to your enemies. Deuteronomy 28:64, hey Yabib, period. It's a signal again, the sign with the hands raised up in the air. Here am I and the children whom the Father has given unto me. It's right here. So even though he writes this hey Yabib, it literally means on by Yah. Will be dispersed you among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other. So he's talking about people being dispersed. But watch this. I was going to get interesting. To the other. And there you will serve other gods that you have not known, neither your fathers out of wood. Then you're going to say, what represents Catholic cross? We already said that already. We don't call them Edomites because Edomite will be Esau. So we call this Christianity. This would be literally the Grecians, as the scripture speaks. And of stone, Islam, the stone worshiping in Mecca, which is the black Kaaba stone or the black stone. Wood also symbolizes the Bitikis. Moreover, the word Bitaka, I already said it before, I said the obliques, all that kind of stuff, all the obliques is literally all representative of the cross, right? The thing that people was actually killed on. It's all representative. Let's go. Moreover, the word Bika is a word Hebrew which means trusted object or trust, H9A5. Not all Judah were supposed, watch this, not all Judah are supposed to undergo slavery. No, remember, let me say it the way you probably said it. Not all Bacongos, Judah, are supposed to undergo slavery. No. I couldn't help myself. Next one. Remember, it is not all the people who are captive. I don't know how he got that part mixed up, but that's where he starts to go south. Watch this. It is a great part. Let's read Ezekiel 6, 8, and 9. 8. But I will leave some remnants of you who will escape the sword. Where at? Among nations. So this right here lets you know that these people are going to be scattered throughout the nations, but not everyone is going to be killed. He is interpreting this whole entire thing incorrectly. Look what he said. Not all Judah are supposed to undergo slavery. That's not what it's saying. Remember, it is not all people who are captive, but that's not what the word is saying. The word and him are saying two different things. He said, you're going into slavery, but just because you go in slavery doesn't mean you're going to die there. It is a great part. Let's read Ezekiel 6, 8, 9, 8. But I will leave some remnants of you who will escape the sword among the nations. Look what he says. When you will be dispersed in various countries. So if you're dispersed in all countries, you're sent there as a slave. But you're a slave who won't die. Meaning, you won't die prematurely. You will be used as the seed to bring forth the remnant. Not all slaves were hung on trees, hit in the head. Understand? That's what he's talking about. When you will be dispersed, your survivors, meaning they've been dispersed into slavery, will remember me among the nations. So the remnant will remember me among the nations. Watch this. Where they will be captive. But he said over here, watch this. Not all Judah are supposed to undergo slavery. Where they will be captive. Where they will be slaves. Not all Judah are supposed to undergo slavery. No! Your survivors of those taken in slavery will remember me among the nations where they will be captive. From where? Slavery. Captive. Slavery. Slavery. Captive. Because I have broken their adulterous and unfaithful hearts, and their eyes that they have become prostitutes after their idols. They will take themselves in disgust because of the infamy they have committed, because of all their abominations. Everything is clear. If some of my people are in captivity, it is because of their infidelity, idolatry of our fathers. But the mighty all bring them. Job 1 and 6, Isaiah 11, 11, 13. Now, we're going to go read Ezekiel 6, 8, and 9. But before we do that, we're going to see what's going to bring about slavery, where the Father says, not all of my people are going to die from slavery. That means when slavery came in, it was meant to do one thing. It was judgment against our people, and was meant for us to die. Just like when the Father, when he put us away in the wilderness, when our people did not believe him and they believed a whole nother report, the Father sent those people into the wilderness to die. So if we were sent into slavery, you were sent into slavery to die. But just as he said to Joshua, and as he said to Caleb, because you have a different spirit, you will not die in this. It's the same exact thing that's being put right here. Those who are called by his name, the ones where the seed is going to be called from them, those people will be alive to bring about, the remnant in the last days. Let's go. There it is. All right. Is this becoming clear now? Is this starting to make sense? A little bit? Just saying. So now we're going to go to Ezekiel chapter 4. There we go. Come on. I might be getting back on the internet pretty soon. Hold on, I'm trying to get something to go. Yeah, that appears to be working. I think it was the VPN that was kicking me out. I don't know. I'm just gonna let it go. All right, so we're gonna go to Ezekiel. So we're already showing that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to help people out. People think I'm just like trying to come against people just to come against them. No. Why in the world am I gonna sit back and let people just teach you wrong? You know what I'm saying? Because of they think they're right. You know, just like people say, I can sing. Not everyone can say that. Not everyone can sing, even though their mama done told them they can sing. Not everyone supposed to be teaching this book, even though someone said, "Oh, you're gonna be a preacher one day, babe." That don't mean you're supposed to be a preacher. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't qualified for it. Trust me when I say that. I'm gonna have a desire to. But people have a desire to try to bring forth something that they have not been, watch this, authorized to bring. So just as you got to be initiated to speak on Congo, you have to be also anointed to teach this word. I've been anointed. Oh yeah. Them, I can't speak on everybody else, but I know I've been anointed. And it says only one teacher. The Father's been telling me throughout the years, son, feed my sheep, feed my lambs. If the Father is telling me to feed my sheep, feed my lambs, he is calling me the teacher. If you're feeding the sheep, feeding the lambs, you're teaching them. So the Father is watch this. So now the Father is calling me what? Messiah. Feed them. Because the Messiah says, do not call yourself leaders or teachers. But if the Father throughout the years before I would know this, will be saying, feed my sheep, feed my lambs. In that little small parable, my Father is saying, Messiah, you're the Messiah of the people. You're the king over the people. This will be in 2009. When things click for me, when I was like, wait a minute. I remember it was Peter who said, you said that too. Feed my sheep, feed my lambs. I went into the whole spill of, who ain't feeding your sheep? Who ain't feeding your lambs? Everybody feeding them. You don't need me to teach them. They got many people already teaching them. You over talking about feed your sheep, feed your lambs. Like you ain't got enough people feeding them. What am I going to say to them? What am I going to add to them? And I'm being real. Like, what am I going to say to them that they have not already heard? But right now we can say what? Eyes have not seen, nor have ears heard the things that have been prepared for those who believe. Okay, let's go. Wonderful, great. Now put me on in. The internet seems to appear to be working now. I'm on another thing now. Let me see if I can sign in. Yeah, stuff is turning over a little bit, buddy. Sometimes just take a little bit of patience. Everything sometimes don't always come in a rush. There it is. Why when you're about to give up is usually right when the breakthrough is about to happen. So we're going to go to 4. Start with 1. Until this come up. Listen what he's saying. Thou also. I should start here, actually. Look at this. Ezekiel is eating a roll. It's almost like a scroll. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat this, eat that thou findest. Eat this roll and go speak unto the house of Israel. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said to me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I give thee. Then did I eat it, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness. Then he said unto me, Son of man, go, get thee into the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them. Whoa. I think we're about to get on. Bam. They always playing with me. This is connected. This is connected. Now let's see if this, see what happens. See, it signed me out and everything, right? And he said unto me, Son of man, go get thee unto the house of Israel and speak, watch this, with my words unto them. For thou art not sent unto a people of a strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not to many people of a strange speech and a hard language, whose words thou canst not understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. Wow. He said the nations would have listened to Ezekiel, but his own people have him right there, but they don't listen. That speaks volumes. And that's the same way it is today. If a white person says it, hey, they'll listen. Just like for us, right? But he says, I'm not sending you to a strange people. I'm sending you to a people who speaks your same language, but they will not listen to you. Why? Because they're not listening to me. Let's go. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto you, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-hearted. So they love of many is waxed cold already. We think it's going to happen. It's already happened. It's waxing cold towards the Father. As people are turning away from the Bible, that is the heart of many waxing cold. We take it like, watch this. The heart of many waxing cold is never going to be in the same respects as to our own fellow brother, sister. No. The Father don't deal in those kind of manners. They'll be the same thing as Peter saying, be that far from you, Messiah. The Messiah is like, look, that same kind of generosity that most people will be looking for, the Messiah called it Satanism. He said it was from Satan. Because you're telling me like you don't want to see me die. He said, but that's opposite of what I'm supposed to be doing. So he didn't like and take it in like as a thing of enjoyment, like, oh, you care for me, Peter, you care about my well-being. No, he's seen it as a burial. He's seen it as disobedience. He's seen it as one who did not care about the Father. They care more about what they thought or more about the flesh than they care about the Father's will being done. He says, you are a hindrance to me. You are a barrier. You are a blockage in my way, trying to stand in my way. So the love or the so-called emotions that Peter was demonstrating was not something that the Father took kindly to. The Father took offense to the way that Peter was trying to show his so-called love. Let that sink in. What you consider to be love is considered to be that of a barrier, or being like, or just, you know, saying, showing that you care, can also be a barrier or a hindrance to the Father. As Peter showed that same kind of love that most people have today. I don't want to see you die. I don't. Be this far from you. Stop thinking that way. And the Messiah says, get thee behind me, Satan. For you do not care, do not think, do not love the things that be of the Father, but only the things that be of man. If you're so filled up with the love, the emotions, the whole output of what a human is, there is no way you can ever sense what the Father wants done in the spirit. You're a human person. That's why he will never, never take what y'all say as truth. That's why he says, when the Son of Man comes, when he finds faith. Many people will tell people right now, say, I got faith. The Messiah's like, it's not based on you. You can think you have faith, but you're delusional. So most people think I'm delusional, when actually the delusional ones are you. Some people think I got it all messed up, but the same thing is, you're actually one that got messed up. I've been anointed to do what I'm doing. I can see. Well. I think we back in the building, baby. Yeah, it's the weather. That's what it is. Uh-oh. Now it's back on connection again. As soon as I try to connect. Well, since we're waiting on that one, all right, let's go. They ain't gonna stop it. I'm gonna continue to keep doing what I gotta do regardless. Behold, I've made thy face strong against their faces. That's the hard like flint right there. And thy forehead strong against their foreheads. You see? So the same measure that y'all are using, I'm giving that same measure to measure against you. So behold, I've made your face strong. Against their face means you don't care what they think, but they feel about their faces. You don't care about you mean mugging. He made his face the same amount as theirs. A fortress against it, like flint. He says, and their forehead strong against, not for it, strong against their foreheads. That means you're not going to be in agreement with what they're doing. You're going against it. So this prophet is going against them, not for them. Watch this. As an adamant, harder than flint, have I made your forehead. Fear them not. That means they might have a look as if can kill. But he said, you know what? You ain't to worry about that. Don't worry about that. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. That means even though they're rebellious, don't care about what they feel. Look at this. Have made your forehead, fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks. That means when you're speaking to them, I don't care to hear about this. He says, though they be a rebellious house. He said, don't care about their looks. Don't care about what they think. Don't be caring about their emotions. Though they be in a rebellious house. Look, so literally, he is told to do what he do outside of what they think. Number one, he's telling them not to respect them. Don't respect their space. The only way they have these kind of looks is because they're saying things to them that they may not want to hear. He said, don't care about that. Speak anyway. Watch this. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in your heart. Watch this. Fill me with your dreams, your visions, your thoughts, your words. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive into your heart. Receive in your heart and hear with your ears. So that means he's receiving the word in his heart and he's understanding what is being received in his heart. Why? So he can speak. And go get thee to them of the captivity, unto the children of thy people, and speak unto them and tell them, thus saith the Father, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. Mean what? Walk away. He just says, don't care about their feelings, don't care about their thoughts, don't care about their emotions, don't care if they want to hear about it, don't care about none of that. Whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. Forbear means like the same thing if they would just choose to walk away. I don't want to hear this. Meaning what? You don't have a choice. Son, you are to do this without a choice. But also know also that they too don't have a choice. They don't have a choice in this. I love that. They don't have a choice. Watch this. Then the Spirit, this would be the Holy Spirit, took me up, and I heard behind me a voice of great rushing, saying, blessed be the glory of YASHAYA from his place. I heard also the noise of the wings of the living creatures that touch one another. and the noise of the wheels over against them, and a noise of a great rushing. So the Spirit, Holy Spirit again, lifted me up and took me away, and I went in bitterness, in the heat of my spirit. But the hand of YASHAYA was strong upon me. Then I came to them of the captivity at the Tel Aviv that dwell by the river of Kibar. And I sat where they sat and remained there astonished among them 7 days. And it came to pass at the end of the 7 days that the word of YASHAYA came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me. That's the same relationship as the Holy Spirit. The Father speaks, then the Holy Spirit speaks. The Father speaks, the Holy Spirit hears, then he speaks. When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, that's his job, nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at your hand. So meaning people don't want to hear what I got to say, and they might hear me say it over to them again, but it's because I'm clearing the blood off of my hands. I'm warning you before judgment comes. That's my job. If you are always always in the process of, committing a sin in that process, then my job is to help you out. Yet if thou warn the wicked, and he turns not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity. But you have delivered your soul. Father has done with this to me a couple of times already. The call, part 4, just like it says right here, the Son of Man. So the Father was dealing me in the same order, the same respect. He said, y'all blood would be on my hands if I did not warn you about the abominable feast you was about to get ready to keep in 2019. Yep. Again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. Let's go again. Again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because you have not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness, which he have done, shall not be remembered. But his blood will I require at your hand. So he said, if I see a righteous person doing what's wrong, and I don't warn them, then their blood will still be on my hands, because now they've been turned into a sinner. Nevertheless, if you warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, and he doth not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Because what? Because he is warned. So if I'm coming at you on a live, it's because I'm trying to warn you. I'm trying to help you. But if you don't get what I'm saying to you, then I know what to tell you. I'm just saying. Also, thou hast delivered your soul. Look what he said. You have delivered your soul.
What's this? And the hand of Yah was there upon me, and he said unto me, rise, go forth into the plain, and I will there talk with thee. Then I arose. Hold on. Then I rose and went forth into the plain, and behold, the glory of Yah stood there as the glory which I saw by the river of Kibar, and I fell on my face. This is crazy. Still nothing. What? What is up with my... Okay. Why is it keep doing? Oh, that's what it is. So now they can do that no more. Bam, there we go. Yep, still says I'm on the internet. Turn it off. Disconnected. Turn it back on. Success. Yep, so it's not the internet. Yeah, just proving that right now is not the internet. All right. Then the Holy Spirit entered into me. Wow. And set me upon my feet and spake with me and said unto me, go, shut thyself within thy house. These are all the things that's going to happen to us. I want y'all to understand that. But thou, O son of man, behold, they shall put bands upon thee. That is literally you being tied up, slavery, and shall bind thee with them. And thou shalt not go out among them. And I will make your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth. Meaning what? You will not be able to speak. That thou shalt be dumb, and shall not be to them a reprover, for they are a rebellious house. So he says, watch this. I'm going to make you sound crazy amongst them. So even though you are known as a prophet, I'm going to make your mouth, your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth. So you're going to sound like this. Imagine trying to speak. He have all this word to get out of his mouth, but the words is coming in a mocking way, where the people will probably mock him because of what he's saying. So those words will be in the will stammering, a stammering speech, and they will not take it seriously, even though his words is coming out in a stammering way. It's very important, but they're not going to see it that way.
They're going to mock him. And that's when they begin to mock him. It's the same way how the Father's going to come again to speak to the people. He's going to come and speak to them through stammering lips, mocking lips. It's the same pattern. See, I'm going to make your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth, and you shall be dumb, and shall not be to them as a reprover. Like a reprover means like you shall not be as one who is a teacher. Because you stammer over your words, you will not be seen as an eloquent teacher. You will be seen as, oh, we ain't got to listen to you because you don't know what you're talking about. That's how they're going to say it. Because he can't, formulate his words the way he needs to. For they are a rebellious house. So even though you're saying the right things out of your mouth, you're getting them out, you obviously are saying key nodes or key words to them. Because you're not saying it fluently, we will not listen. They'll make fun of them. But when I speak with you, watch this, I will open your mouth. That's powerful. So he says, when you talk to them, it's going to be like, you're going to slavery. You're going to slavery. I'm like, what? No problem. But when he talked to the Father, yes, Dad, no stammering, no nothing. Everything is removed. He said, when we talk, Father's like, I can't deal with that. I ain't doing that. It's going to be perfect when we talk. But when you talk to them, it's going to be like a whole, you'll have a lisp when you talk to them. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be here and there like, okay, I got part of the message. What? Slavery. Slavery. Salary? Slavery. So I can say something about slavery. I don't know what it is, but salary slavery. But then when he go talk to the Father opens his mouth. I was telling them that they were going into slavery. Okay. Y'all better. Whew. That's mind-boggling. That is powerful. That is powerful in itself. Just listen to that. He made sure that his mouth was heavy when he talked to them. But when he talked to himself, he lifted the burden. He lifted the word. He caused it to where it was simple, was flowing. I need you to say what you need to say to me right now. I need to hear it. No lisp, no nothing. It's powerful. Let's go. Watch this. Thou also, son of man, take thee a towel and lay it before thee, and portray it upon the city, even Jerusalem, or Mali, and lay siege against it, and build a fort against it, and cast a mount against it, and set the camp also against it, and set battering rams against it round about. Moreover, take thou unto thee an armed pan, and set it up for a wall of iron between you and the city, and set your face against it, and it shall be besieged, and thou shalt lay siege against it. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. So, the one who is a Messiah is going to have also inside of his symbol the sign of the Son of Man. Listen to that. The sign of the Son of Man will be in the clouds. People are looking for something else and have no idea that literally the sign of the Son of Man is what the Son of Man is talking about right now. Now, clearly, we can see these the beginning routes or the beginning judgments that's about to lead our people into slavery. Number one, Ezekiel, you are to go to your house. Lock yourself up in it. He said, but when you get there, he says you might get in there and they're going to put bands on your hands. Sounds like slavery to me. So the sign of the Son of Man is not one of, oh, it's in the clouds. He's talking about one who's going to show up with chains. Because this Son of Man is predicting slavery. And then when it's going to get very intriguing, when you see how many days he has to lay on one side for the house of Israel, and then on the other side, lay on his side for how many days. And when you count those days, it equates to 430 years, because the days are for years. Gee, this almost sounds like something about us going into slavery. So you mean before we go into slavery, the Father had to give a detailed version of it before it happens? Do you see what he's doing right now? He's laying siege against Jerusalem. Gee, that sounds like the destruction of Jerusalem that is being prophesied, that's been portrayed by the Black Hebrew Israelites and everyone else. This is the fall of Jerusalem. And they always put it over there, far over there. When we can see it's something else different. In fact, he has like Kibar is coming against Jerusalem. Okay, let's go. All right. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. So the sign of the Son of Man is going to also have this sign in that signature. Lie thou also upon thy left side, and lay the iniquity of the house of Israel upon it, according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon it, thou shalt bear their iniquity. But they say that no man can die for another man's sin. But here is the Son of Man bearing the iniquity of the whole house of Israel. Look for how long he's going to do it. For I've laid upon thee the years of their iniquity, according to the number of the days, 390 days equates to 390 years. So shalt thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. And when thou hast accomplished them, lie again on the right side, and thou shalt bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. I've appointed thee each day for a year. A year is as a day, and a day as 1,000 years. Therefore thou shalt set thy face towards the siege of Jerusalem, and thy arm shall be uncovered, and thou shalt prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bands, restrictions upon thee, and you shall not turn thee from one side to another till thou hast ended the days of thy siege. Gee, now when you look into the slavery ship, it doesn't seem like it was enough room to move. So if you was turned on this side, you probably was turned on that side for a while. And you have to make another movement to turn on this side. But this whole ride is not one of joy. It's painful. Your movement is restricted. Notice you're to turn on one side and you have bands on. While they was on the ship, they didn't have on no bands. They didn't have on no chains. They did, didn't they? Every single person was chained on the boat. And your movements was very restricted. So you threw up in that spot. You peed. You even crapped in that same spot. And you're sitting in it. And other people smell it. And other people smell it. So people will get sick throughout this journey because it's unhealthy. Watch what he tells Ezekiel to make his food from. The Father wants me to use human. But Ezekiel like, come on, that's a little too much. He was like, okay, use cow dung. But why did the Father say use human feces to make his food with? Because the people will be sitting in their human feces. He was making a point. Understand, there's nothing that can happen to us without the Father first showing it to the prophets. We see now right here, the history of slavery is right here in this book. And we can see clearly how it happened. There was a siege laid against Jerusalem. The people inside of it. 390 days, he has to lay on his left side for the house of Israel. Lay on his right side for 40 days for the house of Judah, for their iniquity, for their sins. You put them all together, you got 430 years because the days represents years. Let's go. Therefore thou shalt set thy face towards the siege of Jerusalem, and thy arm shall be uncovered, and thou shalt prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bands upon thee, and thou shalt not turn thee from one side to another till thou hast ended the days of the siege. Take thou also unto thee wheat and barley and beans and lentils and millets and flitches, and put them in one vessel, and make thee bread thereof. Bean pie, boys. There, according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon thy side, 390 days shalt thou eat thereof. So now we can understand what they was probably given on the ships. Ezekiel will have to literally have the portions that these people will be eating on the ships as bread. This is your food that you're going to be eating. He has to exemplify it. He has to literally act it out before the Father can ever bring it upon us. Someone has to act it out. We might laugh at them, but you have to see that the Father has shown you perfectly what's about to happen to you before it happens to you. He's not the author of confusion. So no one can say is, what's happening? That's why when it happened, they got terrified. And they began to start saying different names. Kumbaya, come by here, O Lord. Come by and save us. Because it would have been prophesied throughout the generations. This was going to happen. They just didn't listen. Then every prophet after that would come out saying the same thing. You're going to slavery if you don't change. But they won't be listening. Then the Messiah comes. And this is, he's coming for judgment. To bring it about. And he tells them, look, do you see Jerusalem? There would not be one stone left upon another. What is he saying? He is tying in with Ezekiel. Everything that I said I was going to do, I'm going to do it. because I don't see change. Then we start to see some other things start to take place. As soon as the Messiah leaves, boom, they destroy Jerusalem. Destroy it. And the people are sent away. Everything the Father said he's going to do, he did it. Whenever we show up, it's to bring judgment. All right. And thy meat, which thou shalt eat, shall be weight 20 shekels a day. From time to time shalt thou eat it. Look, that's exactly how it would be for a slave. Thou shalt drink also water by measure, not when you want to, but by measure. Think about it. It's being dished out to you. And what they had to give, what? Slaves, a ration. So he's literally rationing out the meat and rationing out his drink. He is literally acting out what slavery will be to our people before it happens. Water by measure, the sixth part of a hin to the exact T. From time to time shalt thou drink. Notice he can't go get a drink, but he wants to, even though he has it. This is to demonstrate what's about to happen to our people. And thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it with dung that cometh out of man in their sight. He said you are to use crap, human feces, to cook these barley cakes. And thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it with dung that cometh out of man in their sight. Well, I'm gonna try to do this again sometime because this right here is getting very intricate, very interesting, and I definitely don't want to take away from it. So I'm gonna try to see. I'm gonna probably go check out they call it QSale. You see what's going on with the internet. This is like straight up crazy. It keeps doing that. And it's gonna be a problem if I want to watch a movie. I'm gonna be able to watch it because, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign up right now. I'm gonna remember where we at right now. Y'all have a good one. Have a good day. King out.